Okay, good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. Adoption of the agenda. Is there any additions or deletions? Ms. Collins?
Thank you, through the chair. Administration is recommending that council approve the agenda with the addition of 13.2 SDAB public member appointment under Office of the CAO.
Okay, and that was a handout if anybody's...
Yeah, correct.
Dustin's moving with the addition. Any comments? Vote. Shane. That's carried. Subdivision authority. Can we get somebody to move into that?
I will.
Shane's moving for subdivision authority. Vote. Keith. Ooh, mine didn't go through either.
There you go.
Carried. Okay, we're on 4.1.1. 2601 to 2617.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So development permit applications 2601 to 2617 inclusive are to operate a solar facility, including the construction of a substation, multiple temporary laydown yards, and an operations and maintenance building. There are multiple property owners and parcels for this application. So further in the report is Figure 1 that outlines all of the different properties and landowners, as well as what is going on each quarter section. On December 31st, Blue Bridge Solar Park GP Limited made application to construct and operate a solar facility. The project includes the placement of solar arrays and the construction of a substation and an operations and maintenance building. The project is located over 17 quarter sections in the northeast area of the county along Highway 41 and approximately 3.3 kilometers south of the South Saskatchewan River. The Blue Bridge Solar Project is a 150 megawatt solar project utilizing a single axis tracking layout. The on-site equipment will consist of approximately 370,000 solar modules situated 1.5 meters to 3.79 meters above ground. The power plant will also have a collector system and substation, underground cables and collector lines, and an overhead collector system which will route the electricity generated to the substation. In addition, the scope of the project includes chain link perimeter fencing, access roads, and multiple laydown yards. And the project will connect to an existing transmission line. As part of the Alberta Utilities Commission approval process, the applicant was required to submit multiple reports for consideration, most notably a noise impact assessment, glare analysis report, environmental evaluation and protection plan, and a reclamation cost report. In addition, the AUC requires, as a condition of approval, that the selected solar panels will have anti-reflective coating. Blue Bridge Solar received approval from the Alberta Utilities Commission for the power plant and substation on February 19th of 2026. I'm just going to note in the comment section that administration has noted that there are instances within this project area where the solar project infrastructure is encroaching across property boundaries and not meeting the minimum setback requirements. The applicant has supplied Cypress County with Alberta land titles showing the consolidation of lands in some cases, and in other cases an excerpt from the lease agreement section 1.5 setback waivers that acts as an encroachment agreement. When we circulated the application, we did receive a few comments back, and a couple was from Cypress County Public Works, where they required a road use agreement. The applicant shall be responsible to apply for road approaches, approach alterations, and crossing agreements. Cypress County Utilities stated that conflicts may exist with the proposed infrastructure and the Hilda Raw water pipeline, as they have raw lines and infrastructure in the same area. Hilda Raw Water Co-op replied that the development on the Southwest 821 west of the 4th may be impacted by the Hilda Water Co-op pipeline. And Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors replied that the proposed development falls within the permit area of a provincial highway and will require a permit from Alberta Transportation. I'm going to move right to my recommendation, Mr. Chairman. And in this case, we would ask for 17 separate motions, one for each permit application. Our recommendation is that the Development Authority approve development permit applications 2601 to 2617 inclusive to construct and operate a commercial solar facility, where administration would recommend the following conditions. It should be noted that the Development Authority has the authority to omit, amend, or add to any or all of the recommended conditions. Conditions number 1 through 7 are standard conditions for development permits. And number 8, all solar panels and related infrastructure are required to be set back a minimum of distance of 40 meters from the center of all county roads and must follow all other minimum setback requirements of the current land use bylaw. Number 9, upon decommissioning of the project, a copy of the reclamation certificate and certificate application shall be submitted to the county. Number 10, the developer is required to submit an engineer's design stormwater management plan to accommodate a 1 in 100-year event for the entire development area. The stormwater management plan is to be submitted and approved by Cypress County prior to commencement. Number 11, the developer shall submit an emergency response plan, including water supply for fire suppression during construction, to the satisfaction of Cypress County prior to commencement. The developer is required to submit a road accommodation plan to the satisfaction of the county prior to commencement. Number 13, the developer is required to execute an updated road use agreement with Cypress County to include the expansion area and any additional roads and be in compliance with the terms of the agreement to protect Cypress County road infrastructure. The road use agreement is to be executed with Cypress County prior to any loads being hauled on site and any works to enter or upgrade the county road right-of-way. As a requirement of the road use agreement, the developer will be required to provide security to ensure that the developer meets the obligations under the agreement. Number 14, the developer must report to Cypress County if the facility needs to be offline for a period exceeding 6 months. The Subdivision and Development Authority will review the report to determine if the facility will be considered online or whether the facility or portions of must be considered for remediation. And finally, number 15, prior to commencement, the developer must submit a final site plan for the Southwest 2121 west of the 4th and north half of 2221 west of the 4th, verifying that the setback to the center of the undeveloped road allowance is being met to the satisfaction of Cypress County. An alternative recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is that the Development Authority direct administration accordingly. And that is my report.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? No questions? Okay, so we'll start with 2601. Is there anybody here for these today? Okay, do you have any comments or?
No, unless there's any questions, which I'm happy to answer.
Okay. So you understand the rules that are with it or the conditions that are with it?
That's correct.
Okay. Anybody here have any questions, council? Not seeing any. So I'm going to start with Lloyd moving the first one. I'm just going to go around. Everybody will move one through here. We'll just, you all get your chance. So this is what's up there is the same for every one of them. What's on the wall right now. 2601, Lloyd's moving. Vote. That's carried. Blaine's going to move 2602. Vote. Robin Robbins, that's carried. Robbins going to move 2603. Vote. It's carried. Michelle is going to move 2604. Vote. Blaine. Shane's can move 2605. Vote. Again, we're voting on everything the same as what's up there. If anybody has any questions, please stop me or ask. Dustin's moving 2606. Vote. That's carried. Gary's moving 2607. Vote. Carried. Keith is moving 2608. Vote. Carried. Lloyd's moving 2609. Vote. Carried. Blaine's moving 2610. Vote. It's carried. Robbins moving 2611. Vote. Carried. Michelle's moving 2612. Vote. It's carried. Shane's moving 2613. Vote. You don't have to. Carried. Dustin 2614. Vote. Gary's moving 2615. Vote. That's carried. Keith is moving 2616. Vote. And Lloyd is moving 2617. Vote. Do I have to read this for all 17? Thank you for letting me read this for just one and not all 17 of them. Your development permit has been approved subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will mail you a copy of your development permit. Since this is a discretionary use, there is now a 3-week appeal period that the public may appeal the issues of this permit. The development permit will be advertised in the Cypress Courier newspaper for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeals is filed in 21 days from the date it is issued, the development permit will be valid at that time. If you have any further questions, you may contact the development office to discuss them after today's meeting. There we go. That wasn't too bad for 17 of them. We are on to 2621.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is development permit application 2621, and it's to construct a 60 by 60 cold storage addition onto the existing building. The owner of the property is Pullman Apiaries Limited, and the applicant is Jerry Pullman. This is located at Southwest 8117 west of the 4th, and it's 161 acres in size, zoned agricultural district 2. On January 13th, Jay Pullman made application to construct a 60 by 60 addition on his property located at 11109 Range Road 75, approximately 2 kilometers north of Highway 3. The applicant has indicated the addition would be to an existing accessory structure on the property for use with the existing business. The applicant indicated that the proposed use of the addition is for the storage of beehives for the existing apiary business. The submitted application indicates the business has been operating at this location for approximately 15 years. Currently, the beehives are being stored at their Fort McLeod location. The applicant chose the location of the proposed addition to accommodate the flow of the current operation, as well as there is already a concrete pad in place for loading and unloading. As per the current layout of the existing yard and business, the proposed location makes the most sense from a logistics standpoint. In 2008, Development Permit 08178 was issued for a honey extraction facility and living quarters for seasonal workers. As well, Development Permit 2235 was issued in 2022 to move on a second residence for the purposes of the business. We circulated the application, I'll just jump back to, the submitted application indicates that the applicant is asking for a setback relaxation from the center of Range Road 75. This works out to a variance request of 6.5 meters or 21.3 feet from the center, which is a variance of 16%. We circulated the application to Cypress County Public Works, and they did not have any comments. And I did take some pictures of the property for you. Oops. So this is looking south down Range Road 75 at the existing building. And we're looking southeast, and the proposed location of the new building is right on the end of that existing shop. We're looking straight east, the proposed location. This is looking north down Range Road 75 at the existing business and shop and proposed location. And just another view from the south. So should the Development Authority desire to approve Development Permit Application 2621 for the construction of an addition onto the existing accessory building with a variance to the setback to the center line of the municipal roadway, administration would recommend the following conditions. It should be noted that the Development Authority has the authority to omit, amend, or add to any or all of the recommended conditions. And all conditions 1 through 7 are standard in our permits. And an alternative recommendation is that the Development Authority deny Development Permit Application 2621 for the following reasons. And that is my report.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? Do you wish to speak on anything, or? Okay. You understand the conditions? Dustin's moving it. Is there any comments or questions?
Seems to make sense to me.
Keith?
So, if we pass this, then we're approving the variance?
Yes.
And the construction.
And the construction of it, yeah. Any questions on that? I think we are. Where it's at in the location, we're okay on it. Any other questions on it? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Your development permit has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will mail you a copy of your development permit. Since it's discretionary use, there is now a 3-week appeal period that the public may appeal the issue of this permit. The development permit will be advertised in the Courier newspaper for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeal is filed in 21 days from the date of the issue, the development permit will become valid at that time. If you have any further questions, you may contact the development officer to discuss them after today's meeting. Okay, that's carried. You're welcome. 4.1, 2627.
Thank you. Development Permit Application 2627 is to operate an Airbnb utilizing the existing residence. The owners of the property are Susan Renner, Barry Schneider, Colin Wise, and Alan Wise, the applicant being Barry Schneider. This is located at Southeast 2173 west of the 4th, and the property is 40.13 acres in size and zoned Agricultural District 2. On January 22nd, B. Schneider made application to operate a vacation rental called the Cypress Chalet on his property located at 3230 Thelma Road, approximately 4 kilometers south of the Alberta Parks boundary and within the Cypress Hills Fringe Area Structure Plan. The applicant has indicated the business would operate utilizing the existing residence and yard. The applicant indicated that the owners propose to rent Cypress Chalet from May through to the end of September to guests who want to experience the beauty, wildlife, recreation, and serenity of the Cypress Hills. The business will utilize the existing residence and outdoor amenities, including a playhouse, hot tub, fire pit, and pickleball courts. During the off-season, the owners plan to utilize the property themselves. The applicant anticipates employing outside cleaning and maintenance services, and no advertising sign is required at this time. So in our comments for legislation, I just wanted to note that the Cypress County Land Use Bylaw does not have a specific use or regulation pertaining to vacation rentals or rental properties. Therefore, the proposal would fall under other uses in the Agricultural District 2. The general purpose and intent of the Agricultural District 2 is to protect and enhance the agricultural production of products, goods, and support services and compatible land uses. We did circulate the application to Cypress County Public Works that had no comments, and then we didn't receive any comments from Cypress County Fire Services, Alberta Parks, or Alberta Historical Resources at the time of writing the report. So I do have a few pictures of the area. So this is looking southwest down the private driveway into the property. And this is looking south inside the yard. We're looking northwest at the existing residence that they'll be using. You can see a little play area, and we're looking west again. And then looking northwest, you can see pickleball courts in the distance there. And then this is the private driveway heading out, looking northeast. So it is the recommendation of administration that the Development Authority approve development permit application 2627 to operate an Airbnb utilizing the existing residence and yard, where administration would recommend the following conditions. It should be noted that the Development Authority has the authority to omit, amend, or add to any or all of the recommended conditions. And Mr. Chairman, number 1 through 5 are standard conditions. Number 6, the applicant is required to ensure the fire pit meets the requirements of Fire Services Bylaw 2023-06. And number 7, no signs are permitted without prior approval by Cypress County. An alternative recommendation is for the Development Authority to deny development permit application 2627 for the operation of an Airbnb utilizing the existing residence and yard for the following reasons, and that is that the proposed development does not comply with the general purpose and intent of the Agricultural District 2 as stated in the Land Use Bylaw 2022-09. And that is my report.
Thank you. Is the applicant here today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does council have any questions? Somebody want to move it? Michelle?
You can move it. I just have a question.
Okay.
Has this been here before, or was it a different one that we did? Like, has this application been through here a couple years ago?
I don't believe so. There is an Airbnb near this area, so could be.
Probably the one I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Robin's moving. What number are we here? 26, 27? Any questions or comments? Vote? That's carried. Okay, one more time here. Your development permit has been approved subject to meeting the conditions which which were previously discussed. The county will mail you a copy of your development permit. Since this is a discretionary use, there is now a 3-week appeal period for the public to appeal the issue of this permit. The development permit will be advertised in the Cypress Courier newspaper for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeals is filed within 21 days from the date of the issue, the development permit will become valid at that time. If you have any further questions, you may contact the development office to discuss them after today's meeting. Okay, that's it for the subdivision. Somebody move to come out? Michelle, is moving to come out of the subdivision? Vote. That's approved. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break. 8.1, FCM, Councillor Kirby-White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Or I guess pursuant to Section 7.7 of Bylaw 2024-14 Council Procedure Bylaw, I would like to read this notice of motion into the record on March 24th to be debated on April 7th, 2026. Title, FCM Board Nomination. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is the national voice of municipal government in Canada, representing over 2,000 municipalities and more than 90% of Canada's population, and advocates on behalf of local government, both rural and urban, on federal policy, funding programs, and legislation affecting infrastructure, housing, public safety, climate, and economic development. Also, whereas the Board of Directors of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is comprised of over 50 members representing municipalities from across Canada, including large urban centres and regional caucuses, and including only one elected seat designated specifically for rural Alberta, alongside one additional rural representative appointed through the President of the Rural Municipalities of Alberta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council endorse Councillor Kirby-White to attend the FCM conference run for the board, and that compensation will align with the RMA policy as we have done in the past.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kirby-White. That is now read in. We will move on to 8.2. Oh, sorry, forgot the seconder. Dustin seconded. Vote?
I don't think that we have to vote, do we?
Don't we vote on this
I
one?
think it's just read into there.
Just second?
Yeah, it's just a second, and then we're good.
Okay, then we're on to 8.2.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Again, pursuant to Section 7.7 of our procedural bylaw, this one will also be read into the record March 24th. Will be debated and voted on April the 7th. Title is Capital Asset Management Program. Whereas Cypress County's strategic plan currently anticipates a 4-year timeline on the Capital Asset Management Program, and whereas accelerating the program would enhance Council's capacity to act on strategic initiatives within the current term, now therefore be it resolved that Council directs administration to bring forward a proposal with a defined time frame outlining options to expedite the program, including potential outsourcing to achieve completion within 1 year.
Okay, a seconder. Blaine is moving it, or seconding it. Okay, those are both read in. Thank you. 8.3, Deputy Mayor Hawk.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to apologize to council and ratepayers. This was my first motion that I did, and I didn't realize when I wrote it out that it doesn't get retyped into agenda format. So that's why my writing is as is. So I apologize to everybody for that. My first one. This motion is no disrespect to the staff or that, but it is just being accountable to our ratepayers. It was brought up lots during our campaign, and we used to have it. We used to be able to read it, and we have made policy changes by looking at the accounts payable. When I did do my investigation, I did find, yesterday I contacted 4 counties, the first 4 all do it. They even show in their minutes who they're paying, even if it's a person, and that their names are all there. And they were the county of Warner, Cardston, 40 Mile County, and Newell. So that's why I'm bringing it back. We had it before. We made policy changes from reviewing the accounts payable, and I think it's something as an elected official we should be able to see and review where our ratepayers' money is going and how we're spending it. So, and I'd like to call, when we do the vote, that it be a recorded vote, please. And yeah, that's about it.
Anybody have anything to say or questions to ask? Gary? Sorry, Mr. Proctor.
What would the reason be for not wanting to do this?
I
Okay, Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spent a fair amount of time on this out of respect for the request, and I want to start off by saying that I echo the desire for transparency, and I echo the desire for accountability. I did come up with some notes. I'm just going to read through those. A motion to include accounts payable and receivable listings in council package agendas shifts council from oversight to a budget, or at a budgetary level, to micromanaging and micromanagement of operational transactions. Council already approves budgets and expenditures and are handled administratively through those budgets. Including detailed listings could undermine established checks and balances, slow down operations, and expose sensitive information unnecessarily. Key arguments that I've come up with that would be for being opposed to this motion might be governance versus operations. Council's role is to approve budgets, set policy, not scrutinize individual transactions. And as an example of that, within our budgets, we may approve a budget of $2 million for a specific project. By having the accounts payable and going through, we're scrutinizing line item by line item. There could be 300 different line items that would be under scrutiny when we've already approved that on the overall budget. The administrative staff under the CAO are responsible for the day-to-day financial operations, and they report through the established financial controls. Duplicate oversight, there's accounts payable and receivable already go through multiple layers of approvals, including the finance department, the CAO. The mayor's signature on checks, adding council review could unnecessarily create unnecessary redundancy and slow down the process. There is a confidentiality concern, an issue that could be there as well as potential for politicization, and scrutinizing individual payments in open council could lead to potential grandstanding or misinterpretation of routine transactions, undermining trust between council and administration. There were some pros to something like this. In the pros and cons, increased transparency is a positive thing. Council and the public can see the detailed financial transactions. Additional oversight, it might catch errors or questionable expenditures that slip through. The cons, again, micromanagement. Council risks overstepping our governance role, leading to inefficiencies. Redundancy, there's already multiple layers of oversight that already exist. Staff workload, preparing these lists for agendas can consume staff time that would be better spent on our strategic priorities. So those are some of the things that I brought forward, and in supporting the idea of more transparency, I would be certainly open to encouraging staff to bring forward some of our policies and procedures on financial accountability for review. We haven't done that for a long time, in order to appease some of the concerns of Deputy Mayor Hawk's ratepayers. So.
Doctor? Okay. Dustin, then Michelle.
So I think the council is legally and ethically responsible for how public funds are spent. AP listings provide visibility into where money is actually going, not just to where it's budgeted. Regular reviews demonstrate to the public that council is actively monitoring expenditures. It builds confidence in the tax dollars are being handled responsibly. It supports open and accountable governance practices. AP listings can surface concerns before they become problems, like spending outside of policy or budget intent, vendor concentration, or potential conflicts. Council sets strategic direction and approves budgets. AP shows whether actual spending aligns with those decisions. Are funds going where the council intended? Are the priorities being followed operationally? APs are basically internal control used across public and private sectors. They reduce fraud, error, and mismanagement, and having more eyes on them certainly is not going to hurt. Council does not approve individual invoices or interfere with administration, but this way it at least lets council show what they are accountable for where administration is making decisions. I believe that it's something we should see just to be accountable to our ratepayers, and I know it does take a little bit of staff time to prepare, but it shows consistency and continuity across the board, in my opinion.
Mr. Proctor?
I would think that
Turn your mic on.
I would think that our staff would jump at the opportunity to grandstand their performance, and I'm one that believes strongly in rewarding good performance. So I see no negative side here whatsoever.
Michelle?
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I'm looking at this from a little bit of a different perspective. Just some background. Early in my first term, we had AP listings on the agenda. Then we voted to take them off. The vote came back again, and they were back on the agenda. And again, we voted the same thing, and they were no longer on the agenda. So in my understanding of putting them back on, it will, according to the new Privacy Act, it will require 3 to 5 hours of staff time to redact any personal information that cannot be public and get to the point that it can be shared. To me, that seems like a misuse of staff and time and the costs associated with it. Now that staffing levels are at a point where administration is no longer acting on council decisions from a pile on the side of their desk, when they have time, they can move forward with council decisions because they have enough time to do their jobs. It is up to us as council to stick to a decision that has been voted on. We can't keep voting on things and then changing our minds after the fact. What does that say to staff? In my opinion, we should be using all the new and existing staff and their talents to move Cypress County full steam ahead in the direction of our strategic plan, which I might add was voted on all of us as the direction we should be going.
So, hold on. Did you have your hand up again?
I did, but I'm...
Mr. Hawk?
Just for the names being released, and that when you look at, when I reviewed Carson County, everybody's name is on there, individual names, everything is on there, and they've been doing it for months.
Mr. Reeve, just for clarity for council, the release of personal information under the new legislation, ATIA, and under the old FOIP legislation, personal information of private individuals would be against the legislation. Businesses, contractors who work for the county, perfectly fine. Private individuals, somebody getting a rebate on a water bill, for example, that would be that would violate. We could indicate there was a payment made. We could not release the personal information. Any municipality who's doing that is likely in contravention of the legislation.
Anybody else have any comments or questions? Mr. Kirpywhite?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the fact that these new notice of motions actually allow everybody the time to know what's coming. I appreciate that. Seems like everybody's put a lot of thought into this as well. When it comes down to what we do, I can't help but wonder and worry that we think that this is more than just virtue signaling, in a sense. It might be a really pointed term to use, but the reality is we passed the budget, we scrutinized it, we spent 3 days working on it, and I know that there were concerns, and I respect the way that Deputy Mayor Hawk brought this to my attention here, even up at RMA. I appreciate where he's coming from. I respect what he's trying to do. But I think that, even when the AP comes to us, it's coming to us months after it's already been done. And it makes us feel good inside that we're keeping an eye on everything. But this is going through multiple layers of bureaucracy. We are trying to move this county in a direction of being progressive and aggressive with growth and doing the things that we want to be doing. And I think that we're getting distracted and sidetracked by literally this is in the weeds as I believe that we could possibly be getting at. I support the idea of looking at some of the purchasing policies. I support going through and looking at the procedures to ensure that they're being followed and such. But I do think that we can make better use of our time, and that going through them is becoming more of a distraction, I think, than it is actually being an asset.
Mr. Want, you have something to say? and then Mr. Taves.
I understand all this, and I know we just hired a bunch of new staff. With this program, if we did this, do we have the staff to look after it for the next year or two or three?
Through the chair to Councillor Want, anytime an additional workload is added to staff, something has to fall off the other side. We don't have people who have 3 to 5 hours a week of empty time. So anything that's added to staff means that something else isn't going to be done at the other end, or it will incur overtime. So it's one or the other. What this would mean, I don't know. We haven't actually sat down and looked at what exactly who would be doing it, what exactly would look like. But 3 to 5 hours added per week for the redactions and for the creation of an accounts payable listing that would suffice for council to understand what was being spent would mean that 3 to 5 hours a week would not be spent on something else.
Mr. Taves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to expand CAO Hogan's comments, a good rule of thumb when I look at the team of Cypress County, about 90% of our time is day-to-day operations and making sure the operations of the municipality run smoothly. And that leaves us with about 10% time to move forward council's initiatives as directed. So kind of keeping that in mind, that 10% we covet, and we try to move forward council's initiatives whenever possible. With the format of notice of motion, administration did prepare, albeit quite dry and quite in the weeds. But when administration received the notice of motion, we put our minds to an opportunity to speak to council on the controls we have in place, whether that be through procurement, through the budget, to procurement, to receiving the goods, to the time when we receive the invoice and how that invoice gets paid. Administration is prepared to give a presentation on those controls and process today. I will forewarn you, it's quite lengthy, but we'd be more than happy if council would like to receive that.
Mr. Proctor, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I realize that what we're asking here is a pretty broad spectrum. And I think what needs to be done is we need to look at what we really need and work with staff to see what it would take to get that. Because obviously, if we've got a small bill to a private individual, I mean, who wants to waste their time going over that stuff? But if we approve a budget for a capital project of $2 million, yeah, it would be nice to bring that forward so we know two reasons. Number one, if we're within budget, and number two, and the accountability is there, and number two, how the project is progressing.
Yeah.
Hold up. Oh, I had stereo going on here. Blaine hasn't spoke yet, so I'll let Blaine speak.
Well, just listening to both sides of the table here, and so I believe as a councillor, it is our job to set policies and bylaws and to set a budget. I also believe that we have the ability to ask the questions and decipher the budget as we're going through the year to be accountable to our ratepayers, and I think we get that ability through our quarterly updates. So I think we have the ability to get those questions. I think we need our staff to continue working on the projects that we have at hand.
Okay, now who is next? Robin, and then, did you have your hand up?
No,
Okay, go ahead, Robin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that just in response to Councillor Proctor's comment. I think that what, like the AP listing, that request is one thing. Your comment concerned me a little bit in the sense that when it comes down to projects specifically, like if we have a project that's coming out, it is so, I think that it's so inappropriate for council to want to open up and look at the expenses within the project and not be tempted to jump in and get involved in debate and discussion over how things are being run. We're here as we're a governance board. We're specific about policies, procedures, ensuring if we feel like projects aren't being run tightly, we need to have a conversation with our CAO, who has a conversation with his team. We follow up with them. But for us to actually like get into the expenses of individual projects, I think that that's even further outside of our purview. I echo what Councillor Bros just said. Like we need to stick with what we're doing. We need to be accountable to our ratepayers and make sure that we have the right policies and procedures in place, for sure. But let's not get tempted to get too into the details here, because I think we're going to lose sight on what we're supposed to be doing.
Mr. Hawk?
Yes, and what my last statement is, I can't see how much time it'd take because we're running checks. It's all paid in checks. That it's all computerized and we know all the check numbers. And just to put it all in a format like we used to do. That we never heard any, when we used to do it, that there was a whole bunch of time complaints about doing it. And that's all I got to say, and would like to call for the vote.
Mr. Proctor?
In response to Councillor Kerpowhite, we cannot possibly be accountable to our ratepayers if we don't know the numbers.
Okay, so census has changed and we've had this, the AP report was taken away. We've had, well, there's two things. I'm going to say something and then we'll see if we want to hear what staff has prepared. In transparency, we have now got quarterly reports that have been with more information than we've ever had before. For transparency in front of our ratepayers, they get to see that every 3 months. The AP reports, a lot of people didn't even understand what was on there. Now they get a chance to understand it through the quarterly reports. So, and I agree with Mr. Bros and Mr. Kerpowhite. We're here to do a job of putting this forward and let the staff take care of it. We do not need to get into the weeds of what the staff is doing. That's all I'm going to say. Staff has a report. Does council want to hear it? Hear the report that they have prepared?
I think, yeah, I would say.
But I'm asking. It's a long one, or how long are we going to be?
Excuse me. CAO Hogan just said, Council, it's Steve, but no, and I won't take that as an insult. I would say it's closer to half an hour to get the level of understanding of the controls we have in place. I'm not emotionally attached to doing it one way or another, no offense, but at some point it would be wonderful for council to hear, because there's questions, so.
Yeah.
I brought it up. Bring it.
Okay, the floor is yours, Mr. Taves.
Well, while Mr. Taves is making his way to the podium, just a couple things. Our quarterly financial reports, particularly on the capital budget construction side, we do report on the status of capital projects through the quarterly report. Councillor Proctor had indicated something about staff should be grandstanding. We did grandstand at the quarterly financial report where we showed that our interest income had exceeded $3 million, that we had given back to council multi-million dollars of surplus through our budget. So we do grandstand to some extent, if grandstanding is the correct word, through the quarterly financial reports, which are much more detailed. Councillor Hawk indicated that why can't we just do a simple system for the AP? The problem with the AP listing is we see them as codes and chart of account numbers. For council to understand what those items are, we would have to take an AP listing which has hundreds and hundreds of transactions on a monthly basis, and we'd have to include a line item indicating what that was. You know, was it chainsaws, was it fuel, was it, was it gravel, was it something else? That's where the time comes in, as well as meeting the ATIA requirements. As a public body, we have a duty to hold the private and personal information of our residents we have a duty to hold it in custody. And there are exemptions to releasing it, but primarily just simply to put in a record that John Doe was refunded $12 on a utility bill would be a violation of the ATIA the way we understand it. Being able to separate those things out, as Councillor Proctor said, that would even require more work than to be going through and having to cipher through or create some software program that would delete all of those from the AP listing. As AP listing comes out, it's spit out by the computer as a single document with multiple line items. Questions have in the past arisen from what a particular purchase was, and I think for the most part we were I'd say 99.9% of the time, we're able to satisfy council with what that issue was. I know I have heard, because I received a call indicating, well, we spent $19,000 on garbage receptacles. Well, those garbage receptacles were budgeted for, council approved them, and they went to very specific places in the county as indicated in the budget process to Cabin Lake, to the river, and to other places as indicated. So when questions arise like that, if it's been approved in the budget, we do our best to find the most effective and logical piece of equipment to purchase, and Steve will speak momentarily on how that procurement process takes place. But those things are in a budget, and we're spending the money that's in the budget that council's approved. I'll leave it at that and let Steve, and no insult intended. Steve is very detailed oriented and will take us deep into our process, which is probably helpful today.
Well, thank you, Council. Thanks for this opportunity to take that kind of deep dive into in some of the detailed work that Corporate Services team does. Perhaps I would start out and say, when administration received or reviewed the notice of motion, what the first thing that came to mind was perfect opportunity to start to look at the controls and perhaps grandstand the controls we have in place. And really, the AP listing is a product of the budget, and the budget procurement and then payment of those invoices. It's truly a system, and it all kind of starts at the budgetary process. It starts before, as in building the process, as separate departments and areas of the municipality start to develop the things that they are going to need to deliver council's level of service. So when we're setting a level of service, we determine some of the things and inputs that are going to be required to achieve that level of service. And as the year goes out, we review those, or we bring back policies to update the required level of service, to know the operating costs and the capital assets required to achieve those goals, as it were, by level of service. So in some ways, it's an AP listing, but it's rather involved, and we're excited to show council the system of what is the money side of the county. So starting out with the procurement planning, departments are going to identify the needs and the requirements for that budgetary year. The goods, services, design specifications when it comes to capital assets. Then there's the budget verification process, where purchases must align. Once the budget's approved, purchases must align with the approved operating and capital budgets. In a lot of ways, myself and the finance supervisor are in place on behalf of council to ensure that that budget's used appropriately and accordingly. There are going to be some unbudgeted items that may come up through the year, either as an opportunity or otherwise an emergency water line break. We're not going to call a council meeting for everybody to sit in and say, hey, should we fix that water line? We already know that that's an emergency and that that line needs to be fixed. We know that line needs to be fixed to provide council's level of service that they determined through delivering that water. We also need to consider the trade agreement laws that govern some of our procurement, and that we need to confirm is it one of the legislations we must follow to have the open and competitive procurement process. So as we're coming up to a project, we need to do some market research or request for informations. We use that to gather the inputs that will be required as we formalize that procurement process when we put out the instrument, as it were, to acquire that asset or service or goods. Those can happen through tendering, invitation for bids. Municipalities must use fair, open processes such as request for quotations, request for proposals, or request for pre-qualifications. The request for pre-qualification isn't a typical thing you'll see, but that would be basically a qualified vendors list, where if something came up through the year, perhaps operations needs a particular service, and they would put out a list that people could respond back on their hourly rate. So as things came up through the year, they could go back to that pre-qualified tender. So some of the posting requirements, the procurement opportunities, they must be posted on the APC, that's the Alberta Purchasing Connection, when these thresholds apply. So the Northwest Partner Trade Agreement, Cypress County is restricted to a threshold of $75,000 for goods and services and the $200,000 of construction. Participating suppliers must be informed of the contract award decisions under this process, and if requested, an unsuccessful supplier must be given an explanation of the reasons why it was not selected. Recently, that's one of the positions that administration, CAO Hogan determined was a good split. We previously had the administratively, we'd had fleet and purchasing kind of under the same umbrella, and we recognized the separation of those two was required, and we'll have a procurement person joining us before too long. So kind of the separation of those duties. I'm getting into the bid evaluation. So we're still going from budget to now actually doing the things. We haven't got bills yet, but this is some of the work that comes into the generation of those bills. And if this is going too long or council wants me to jump, if anybody has a white flag, just wave it and I'll move on. So in the bid evaluation, conduct based on clear published criteria. It must be fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory. The contract award entities must publish award information with defined time frames. And contract approval authority. Approvals depend on the internal delegation either through a CAO, general manager, or their manager. In this same concept, we've recently added a non-conflict form, and General Manager of Operations, Mr. Jacobs, has kind of instigated that form to just ensure that one more layer of scrutiny to awarding jobs to review conflicts, and it's a bit of a attestation by the contractor that there are no underlying tones, and or if they're inert, just to mention that those do exist for areas for us to. Mr. Chairman, it looks like I might be losing the focus of the room. Should I continue?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now, when we get into the, excuse me. Okay, so when we get into the contract administration, this can be an internal or external function, where we may have a project manager or an engineering firm, depending on the scope of the project. It may be just handled internally. But we manage the supplier's performance. We ensure compliance with the terms of the contract. Change orders and amendments, they must follow policy and often require additional approval depending on the value or scope of the project. And then we keep records and we maintain the traceability of procurement decisions for the auditor purposes, which are here this week. Testing of our documentation and financial transactions. So for operational procurement process, the requisitions and purchase orders, purchasing, receiving requests from departments. So the department that needs the thing will make a request of procurement. Procurement will run it through some test. Is it in budget? Has the scope of the project changed? These types of things. I've heard them quote, "Do you think that'll get by Taves?" When the purchase order comes, so there is a couple levels of scrutiny even in the ordering process. Again, we look for scope change at that point of issuing the purchase order. We're looking for scope change, creep, and otherwise in deviation of the policy that council approved administration to go forward. We ensure proper approvals and authorization is in place. Then the purchase order is issued to the vendor. Once we receive the goods, we're making sure that the goods have been received complete and in good order, and then the invoicing at that time is then routed through the finance department and back to finance for payment. We do also use credit cards. There's more and more vendors, and council will see probably within the next quarter or so, the credit card policy coming back, as more and more vendors that we're working with now don't take checks, they don't take cash, they only take credit card, Starlink being one of those. So we're seeing more and more people switch to that. So there could be a little bit of amendment to the credit card policy required to stay operationally efficient. From time to time, we will purchase in bulk, and whether that's for operational efficiencies or an economy of scale, making those purchases. For example, water meters, we'll have a few on the shelf. We don't want to have those a week away when someone's water meter has frozen and to replace it. So we'll have a few on the shelf, some inventory. MXUs, that's the piece that our reader will get meter reads electronically as opposed to the physical read. Again, vehicle, heavy equipment, oil, depth fluid filters. You get a barrel of oil instead of a jug of oil, for example, and net down the cost because we go through enough of it. Again, having safety clothing, extinguishers, gloves, and then we get into gravel, cold mix, and fuel in the inventory side. And again, these all go through the purchasing. They sit as inventory, and once they get used in a vehicle, whether it be oil, now that jug of oil would get charged to that unit for us to understand the total cost of providing that program or that service or the cost of operating that asset. So a little look into the purchase order and request, and I know we haven't got to the AP list yet, but we're getting to get there, I promise. A little bit of look at how the invoices get generated. Staff will come in to basically make that correct request, And that's where there's a certain level of scrutiny before the request for the purchase gets in, before the invoice ever comes. And you can see we're also kind of connecting, when we do get those invoices later, we're kind of connecting it back to this preliminary work, the work that happens out front. And then there's also a purchase order list. Purchase order, we all know, is like cash. So once that goes out the door, we've made that decision. So it requires that level of scrutiny, or myself and the manager of finance demand that level of scrutiny. Again, compliance management, we looked at the policy compliance monitoring, and that's to ensure all staff are following our current procurement policy and procedures. We look for the trade agreement compliance, and also our auditing and reporting. There's internal and external audits to verify the integrity, fairness, and transparency. There's monthly reconciliations of that, as well as the budget versus actual reporting, and those push through in the Q4 reporting. Okay, and now getting into kind of the topic of today. Again, just it's a bit of a system, so it starts, and there's a lot of front-end scrutiny that happens too in the procurement besides releasing that payment. Anybody that's requested something that wasn't in budget knows that. Joe's like, why are you looking at me? I'm just teasing. Joe's amazing. All right, so we take the invoice receipts. The invoices are received from the vendors for the goods received in good order or the services provided. Each invoice is then verified against that purchase order. So you see where the system is starting to come back and close the loop. We deliver the receipts, purchase orders and delivery receipts to ensure accuracy. And the receipts, basically what'll happen is when you get a package, you'll get a packing list, and the packing list will be reviewed to say, is that what's in the box? And the packing list will also refer to the order that was made, just to kind of make that connection, like everything that they said was in the box is in the box. Okay. And then the verification and approval. So once we receive the invoices, they're checked to that packing list and what was actually in the box, that they were received in good order. Again, they check proper documentation of the POs and the requesting department. Now, once that's verified, the invoice makes it to accounts payable for processing. So at that time, we tested it first in the procurement, the selection and choice of making that purchase. We received the goods, we verified that the goods that we ordered are received in good order and match the packing slip and match the original order. That's when it first comes to AP and the person processes that AP. Once the AP listing is processed, depending on the level of purchasing authority that's been set out in Council's policy ADM 27, that's where we have the purchasing. I think that's in here as well. Yeah, and there's one addition to this list, and it is our seasonal and temporary staff. They are allowed to, through Council's policy of ADM 27, they're allowed to make purchase of $100 and under. And the seasonal staff requirement, a reason for that is to maintain a little bit nimble. And I'll just give an example of where we may want seasonal staff to use that $100. Seems a little bit silly to stand up here and talk about $100, but here we are. That seasonal staff would be perhaps they're out on a sprayer or a truck or doing types of work, and let's say a sprayer broke and they needed to run out to get a low value part. Instead of driving all the way back to the office, they may be able to stop into a local vendor and grab that part, stay on the road, stay active, stay operational. So we've kind of made a concession in there for the lower valued items, and that currently exists in ADM 27 outside of this slide. And again, so I'll do a bit of a hypothetical of how this might look. Perhaps our manager of agriculture has their eyes on a particular purchase or a particular thing that's in budget, and it happens to be, they thought it was going to be about $9,500, and it turns out that that purchase was $12,000. That would then escalate into General Manager Cartwright's world, where he would then need to get involved at that level. And again, for those higher value items, the design of this, the control of this is those higher value purchases would then be further escalated into the general manager's world for, again, another level of scrutiny. And from our risk and controls perspective, in the policy, we've identified $10,000 where council's acceptance of that level of risk exists. We hire good people, we trust them, but we also put in controls to ensure that the general managers and managers have a further level of scrutiny of the work their team is doing. So once the approved invoices are processed, again, we kind of talked about the limits. So we have an automated system that further segregates duty. Whenever we're talking about accounts payable or accounts AR, we always look for, and it's not that we don't trust anyone, but we look for opportunities to separate that more people would need to collude to do fraud. And I hate to even say that up because we trust our folks and they're doing amazing work and I've got zero issues. But in this case, we use an additional layer of control in technology, which is Laserfiche. And the accounts payable will enter that invoice once we've received those goods in good order. And then it will go back to the requester of that purchase for final approval. And if it's beyond their limit, it also adds on additional layers of general managers or otherwise. And if it passes that $50,000 threshold, it would come to myself or CAO Hogan for ultimate approval. And that's where the saying, do you think you'll get that by Taves, comes in. So once approved, invoices are processed through the accounting system. Reports for the payment of invoices are printed and then verified by the finance and accounting manager. So this is post facto of it already getting approved departmentally. There's another level of review through the manager of accounting and finance. Once that is approved there, the payments are typically made through electronic fund transfers, EFT, to streamline the process and reduce paperwork. Some vendors still want physical checks, and that's becoming more and more rare, a thing of the past. You could joke if you want to get paid, you don't want the mayor getting writer's cramp. You want your check. Okay. Municipalities are often required to pay invoices within the specified time frames to avoid penalties. All transactions are then reviewed and signed off by a designated officer, CAO Hogan or myself, and or the mayor or deputy mayor. And the mayor and deputy mayor signing, the requirement of that is often the mayor or deputy mayor's instruction to the bank to release funds. So it's not per se an approval. It could be of sorts an approval, but in a lot of ways it's that the signature is the instrument that instructs the financial institution to release those funds, that it's okay. And that's how we have it set up with the bank currently. Again, now the EFT's been sent, the vendors got their money, and now there's, on the other end, we're doing accurate records of all the transactions. They must be maintained for auditing and compliance purposes. This includes keeping copies of invoice, payment confirmations, and any correspondence with the vendor to go back and track those. The reporting and auditing of those moving forward. There's a regular report on accounts payable are generated to provide the monthly reconciliation of our bank accounts. The monthly reconciliation is probably a step up where I know many would do either quarterly or otherwise. If there's been an error or an oversight, we like to find those fast because they take much longer to find them after. Understand the outstanding liabilities. What work have we done that we haven't got the invoices yet for? Cash flow management. Some of the councillors will remember 2023 when interest rates went up and through the roof, and we were in a position where cashing in bonds would have been difficult. So cash flow management to make sure we can make payment on the. We're good. We're operationally sound. It's just sometimes cash isn't available that moment. So I don't want to scare anybody or say that we don't have cash. That is not the case. We are fine, but we also want we need to balance having that money engaged in a market generating income whenever possible. So we try to have cash available as it's needed instead of having 18 million in the bank. We'll make that money work for us and then have it available to make our payments as required. Again, budget adherence, and that's the actual versus budget that we're going to be reporting on, and the budget development for financial planning and decision making, as well as having those available for the audit. Council, that concludes my report. Happy to take questions if there are any. I think we beat half an hour.
Any questions on the report? Yeah, appreciate you putting that together. There's a few steps there that I didn't realize were there, so.
And I will, I'll make sure that a manager of finance and accounting is credited with the majority of the work into the report.
Thanks.
Does council have any questions? Not seeing any. Can we have the motion? Do you want to reread your motion, please?
Computer went dead. That the accounts payable be provided to council, that accounts payable be presented to council at least once a month, not at least, just once a month.
Any questions on the motion?
Yep.
Okay, vote. That is not carried. Everything's written. Did you get it all? Did you get it all for the recorded vote? Okay. Okay, with that presentation, let's have a 2-minute break and then we'll get pounding off the rest of this. All right, we're on to 9.1.
Are we?
Ms. Brown or Martin? Who's doing it?
Mr.
Put your
Stair.
hand up. Jump up there. Be happy that you're there.
Hello, good morning to Mayor and Council. Cypress County has received a development permit application for the removal of an existing residence and attached garage on a property located at 12027 on the Black and White Trail. This parcel is within an existing multi-unit country residential subdivision and lies approximately 1.8 kilometers south of the Medicine Hat boundaries. This 2.57 acre parcel does lie within the City of Medicine Hat long-term urban growth area as identified in the Tri-Area IDP. When reviewing the application, administration did note that the property is zoned direct control, which does require all development permit or all decisions on the property to be made by council. Historically, looking back, we did note that in 2003, the property was rezoned to direct control, and development permit 0334 was issued for the relocation of a landscaping business to be operated on that site. And then in 07, Cypress County did approve a land use bylaw amendment for the construction of a house on that site. We have received from the applicant notification that the house will be removed from the county to an area north of the county. Oops, sorry. We did send it out both to internal and external as required by the Tri-Area IDP and to adjacent property owners. Cypress County did hear back from the Public Works that they replied that the applicant is responsible to obtain special haul permits prior to the house being moved on any of the other county roads. We did not receive any other comments from any other notified party. Administration would make the recommendation that council approve development permit application 26DP subject to the following conditions: that it is the responsibility of the applicant and the owner to ensure that that any applicable provincial and federal statutes and municipal regulations are complied with, that they get any safety codes permits that are required. It is a responsibility of the applicant to ensure all utility locates are done, and that the applicant is responsible to obtain any necessary special haul permits prior to the residents being moved on any county roads, and that the applicant is responsible to leave the site in a restored leveled state with all debris removed from the property.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Keith is moving it. Not seeing any other questions. I'll call for the vote. Vote. That's carried. 9.2.
This is just further to the application that we just received. Kenco Construction has submitted a development permit application for the construction of a 5,700 square foot residence with an attached garage at this 12027 Black and White Trail, which falls within an existing multi-parcel country residential subdivision, approximately 1.8 kilometers south of Medicine Hat. Again, reviewing the county's files, we did note when the direct control was applied to that property. The current owner of the site has sold the house and is planning on constructing this new home this year. The site plan also does indicate that there is an existing shop which has been approved earlier. The site plan that was submitted did indicate that the shop was to be removed. However, Planning and Development has verbally confirmed with the property owner that they will be keeping the shop on the site and be utilizing it for personal use. Under reference to municipal, provincial, and federal legislation, I would like to point out in point number 3 that the county's land use bylaw, a residence is considered a permanent use on all residential districts, providing that the proposal does comply with district regulations. And when reviewing this application, administration referenced the County Residential District 1 for looking at setback requirements and height regulations. This district is consistent with the parcels in the existing multi-parcel subdivision, and those setbacks and height requirements do comply with County Residential District Number 1. Again, this application was referred to the City of Medicine Hat and Town of Redcliffe as part of the Tri-Area IDP, as well as to adjacent landowners. City of Medicine Hat did reply that no urban services will be provided, which is in accordance with the Tri-Area IDP, and then which states that there will be no piped or sanitary sewer connections, and any new residential units will be required to have on-site sanitary and water supply provided either through on-site systems or a water co-op servicing. No other party that was sent notice had any other comments. Again, administration's recommendation is that council approve development permit application 26/32 for a single-family dwelling, subject to the following conditions. And again, just point number 1, that is the applicant's responsibility to abide by any provincial and federal and municipal regulations. The applicant or the development shall comply with all regulations under the land use bylaw. A new development permit shall be required for any future additions or change in the use or intensity of the lot, and any work or improvements in county ditches, including approaches between the property, shall be approved by the Cypress County Public Works Department. Condition number 5 is a requirement for all safety codes permits. And then condition number 6, is the responsibility of the applicant, again, for utility locates. Alternatively, council could make any condition that they desire.
Okay, thank you. Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Oh, I got stereo. Michelle is moving it
Yes. I will move it.
with the conditions.
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. 9.3, 2606.
Thank you through the chair. I have 2 requests for bylaw first reading here this morning for council's consideration. Firstly, bylaw 2026-06 accommodates an application to amend land use bylaw 2022-09, establishing a protection overlay for the private Schlinker Aerodrome. The general purpose of an overlay is to apply additional development regulations to specific lands in the county. If approved, the protection overlay would impose land use restrictions beyond the general land use bylaw provisions. Schlinker Aerodrome is considered private and is located within Northwest 2, 12-6, west of 4, immediately south of the hamlet of Desert Bloom. The land subject of the overlay are within 2 different policy areas of the Tri-Area IDP, being the Rural Development Area West and South and the City of Medicine Hat Long-Term Urban Growth Area. The IDP, as drafted, gives no consideration to the long-term protection of this private aerodrome. The administrative recommendation is that council not give first reading to bylaw 2026-06, an amendment to the land use bylaw to establish an overlay for the protection of the Schlinker Aerodrome, being that there is a direct conflict with the Tri-Area IDP. However, alternatively, council may wish to consider moving first reading of the bylaw, in which the public hearing would be scheduled for April the 21st.
Thank you. I know in the past we've always said that everybody gets first reading, but I think in this situation with the Tri-IDP and everything overlooking that, it's not going to be able to happen. So I wouldn't think it would be advised that we should move forward with first reading on this one. But I need somebody to make a motion for me either way. Dustin's moving for not having a first reading. Any question?
I'll move first reading.
Wait.
We have to move it, because we just voted it down.
Yeah, okay, so you're moving first reading. Everybody, or anybody have any questions on it?
I'm not quite clear what we're trying, we're saying.
Use your mic, please, Keith.
I wasn't quite clear what we're actually being asked to vote on. So we're asked to not give this overlay?
With the IDP, we're not allowed to do it the way it's the tri-IDP. So to put everybody through the steps and do a public hearing wouldn't, to me, wouldn't be fair to that person. We've moved first. Now we either vote yes for it or no for it.
Vote yes, she gets a public hearing. If you vote no, she doesn't.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, we have, this afternoon, we have the public hearing on the land use bylaw as well, right? And this is asking for an application to amend the land use bylaw. And so if this was to go to a public hearing at a later date, does that not make our public hearing and our meeting this afternoon irrelevant, or how does that work?
Through the chair, in terms of clarification, the land use bylaw amendment this afternoon is for a redistrict rezoning. This is not our formal land use bylaw coming forward for revision. This is just for one single site. So no direct impact to that public hearing this afternoon.
Any other questions? I'll ask for the vote. Okay. Mr. Watt? That was not carried. So 9.4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bylaw 2026-08 is submitted by Cypress County to rezone a 2.79 acre parcel from Public Services District to Direct Control District in the hamlet of 7 persons. Should council pass first reading for bylaw 2026-08, the public hearing would be scheduled for April the 21st, and the recommendation is that council move first reading.
Thank you. Did somebody move first? Michelle's moving first reading. Any questions or comments on it? Vote. That's carried. We're on 10.1.
Yeah.
What?
On that, could I, when we bring it back for second reading, could we request some like ground data on there of what the compaction and stuff is? Is that something we have? Just being that those are the old dugouts, and I have some idea what went in those old dugouts, it's maybe something we should look into before we ever do anything with it.
Through the chair, to Councillor Vossler and to council, we certainly can see what information we have in the file. Whatever we have, we can certainly bring forward. If there are issues with that land, any potential developer would be forced to deal with whatever those issues were. And I don't know what we have in the record keeping for what's actually there, but we'll certainly look at it. If there's something there, we'll absolutely bring it forward.
Okay, 10.1.
Through the chair. Is that on?
Yep.
I'll be presenting Part A of the Community Engagement Report this morning. Council directed administration to engage community groups and get a sense of how they feel about a variety of issues, including the relationship with Cypress County, the current status of each group, so including the challenges they're facing, frustrations, positive inputs as well. We talked about buildings and maintenance, as well as grants and finances. Meetings with each group were conducted between January 7th to February 20th. Items 1 to 3 will be discussed today in Presentation A, with grants and finances comprising Presentation B, tentatively scheduled for May 5th. Engagement with the community groups was the initial step to getting firsthand accurate information as opposed to guessing or assuming their wants and needs. Likewise, groups are not in all cases aware of what the county requires of them. For some time, the flow of information between community groups in Cypress County has been limited. Reestablishing stable and consistent lines of communication will create efficiencies, streamline processes for the benefit of both parties, and strengthen the overall effectiveness of both the community groups and the county. Groups were told no filter required during these discussions. So as a result, participants responded in a clear and straightforward manner without sparing details or pulling punches. By removing the limitations in these discussions, we obtained candid information that may be hard for the county to hear, but may not have been received otherwise. According to community groups, Cypress County has been deficient in many aspects and is not currently meeting the basic level of support that many groups require. In Presentation A, we will explore these responses and provide council with a clear understanding of the group's perspectives and their view on how the current system is functioning. Participants were informed that their collective responses would be given to council, and the purpose of collecting and reviewing this information is to assist council in its decision-making process regarding recreation and community groups and associations in the county. Administration has no recommendations at this time. Presentation A is for information only. Council directed administration to engage the community groups and bring back information to help inform or establish service levels. So this presentation, part 1 of 2, will cover the relationship, the current status of groups, buildings and maintenance, survey results. We'll look at key takeaways as well as next steps. Information in the first 3 sections today comes directly from the open discussion portion of the engagement sessions. When the discussions were over, each meeting concluded with an 8-question survey that was identical, thereby giving us clear apples-to-apples comparisons between the groups. Those survey results will be presented in section 4. Part B of this presentation will address the grants and the financial related questions asked to the groups. So 15 of the 22 Rec 2 community groups participated. Vinerville and Schuler Curling Club opted out. Ralston was excluded because as a military organization, it doesn't operate the same way as the community groups. Jenner Hall and Table Rock Roping are located in special areas 2. Clearwater Hall has not been operating for over 2 years. And Dunmore Equestrian was excluded because they're handling other affairs at the moment. So a quick word about the process. I met with the groups and a record of the discussion was made for each meeting. The transcript was then sent back to each group to verify that it was an accurate representation of what they had to say. Each group verified the information was accurate. The complete records of discussion are available to council in the package that was sent to you last week. Today I'm going to present a high-level overview of the discussions, but for specific details as they pertain to individual groups, I encourage you to read the transcript. Thank you.
Where's mine? Where's mine?
You can tell. Okay, so we asked the question, what in your experience does Cypress County do or provide for your group? 93% of the group cited operational funding, 40% mentioned capital funding, a third added public works related services to the discussion, and by public works related, they referenced snow removal, potholes, dust control, parking lots, things of that nature that the county does for them. Value-added services included insurance, lawn care, irrigation, and inspections. Very few groups were aware that they benefit from these value-added services. Groups were also asked, what could Cypress County provide or offer your group that they aren't right now? And 47% of the groups said better communication. What I'd like to highlight here is that they just want money from the county. While increased funding is in the list, it is not the most important thing to the groups. There were also several unique answers that of things people thought the county could provide that are worth mentioning. A couple of groups asked about a central online booking platform for all groups in the county to use for their facilities, ball diamonds, ice rentals, and so forth. This software could help groups save time and would create a better and more consistent user experience for bookings in the county. It would also be less costly to consolidate a booking program like this as opposed to each group purchasing their own separately. Reinstating the annual bus tour came up in one of the discussions. Apparently, in the old days, council used to charter a bus and invite one or two representatives from each group to join them in a day-long tour from hall to hall around the county. It was an opportunity for the representatives to show off their facility, talk about upcoming plans and challenges. I was told that the networking between the groups was also incredible and the exchange of information was really valuable to them. It also gave the groups informal FaceTime with council, and council could see firsthand the work going on in each community. A county-wide volunteer program was suggested, a central area on the county website where groups could post their needs and it could be visible to all residents in the county. A more formal program, perhaps in partnership with Prairie Rose, was also discussed to start getting young people involved in community work in a structured way, possibly part of a work experience or scholarship program. Lastly, a sharing library or swap library facilitated by the county was discussed. An online central list of materials or furniture that groups can choose to designate as available to borrow, swap, or give away if they don't need it anymore. The idea was framed as a way to reduce costs for groups, and it offers an opportunity to share resources. Participation in that would be entirely at each group's discretion. The next question was, how would you describe the relationship between your organization and Cypress County? You can see from a listing here of specific positive and negative responses that were given. Positive responses included helpful, fine, positive, strong, good rapport, improved, responsive, and good. I won't read through all of the negative responses, but they include stressful, limited, non-existent, and mediocre. The key takeaway for council to know is that more groups currently view their relationship with the county as a negative than a positive. Groups were asked, have board member and volunteer responsibilities increased or decreased over the last 5 years, and do you expect more or less involvement over the next 5 years? This question sparked a highly emotional response from 87% of the groups. They quickly made it clear that the premise of the question is wrong. that there isn't a separate pool of volunteers. In most cases, the board is the volunteer group for everything. They're one and the same. As a result, board members are experiencing burnout. There's no bench strength. The younger generation isn't interested in volunteering. They said that kids just want to be on their phones and computers now, and that they're losing connection to their communities. Multiple groups reported that there is no shortage of ideas and critiques coming from within their communities regarding the job they're doing, but very few people actually want to step up to help. Groups are finding it hard to get advance commitment from people. They said 20 years ago, helping out was just a way of life. It was an unspoken part of existing in a small community that was just a given. And what they're describing here is a generational shift in values and lifestyle. What became clear during this discussion question was that the majority of groups want greater engagement and more activity, but they are recognizing that within another generation, there may not be enough volunteer resources or even participation for the community organizations to continue. Groups were asked, what is your greatest challenge as an organization? Overwhelmingly, the greatest response was getting volunteers and community involvement at 67%. Other challenges common to groups were insufficient funding, assistance with maintenance, and advertising. If you could boil it down to one thing that your organization offers the community, what is the single most important or impactful thing? Over and over, I heard phrases like social value, social aspect, connecting, building a stronger community, involvement, community relations, sense of community, community wellness, socializing, and one group said, the social value is priceless. All these descriptive phrases and the passion with which they were said made it absolutely clear that the boards are motivated by the belief that the programming that they offer has deep-rooted and significant social value. It's their top priority. It's the foundation of their purpose.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a sec there.
Okay.
Okay, we're just going to go through this next slide, and then unfortunately lunch is here, and this is going longer than I thought. So we'll go through this next slide, and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay.
Give you a break up there. Thank you.
Okay. So before the break, groups were asked, what is your opinion of many community halls in Cypress County being replaced by larger shared rec facilities? This question was prefaced with the request to think about it and answer as a resident of Cypress County, not just in terms of any specific facility. Most of the group discussions started with absolutely not. They said the small halls are the heartbeat of town. There would be a huge loss to the community. Removing the halls would kill small towns that rely on them, and it would be devastating to the community's social environment. After the initial reaction, people started talking about how it could work. They commented that it would be cheaper for the county to maintain. It would be more efficient. There would be greater amenities available. If the facilities were run by the county, there would be no volunteers, thereby reducing stress. They said it makes sense. Then the conversation shifted one more time to, yes, it could work, but just not here. Our distance would be prohibitive. We're unique. It's good for other groups, but not for us. It's good for the county, but not for us. So that was the evolution of most of the conversations, and it was really interesting to observe that commonality among the groups. Groups were not turned off or horrified by the concept, and there was already some awareness that this model is being adopted in other counties. All groups were made aware that there is no direction by council to actively move towards this model. We were just seeking their opinion, and we're curious if community groups saw value in moving in that direction. So that actually nicely concludes the discussion questions about relationship and the current state of groups. So.
Perfect. So we will cut you off there. We'll have a quick lunch, and then you can finish up. And
Okay.
so we will come back at 12:30.
So Jody, if I ask my wife if
Postpone
I'm doing a
this?
good job cleaning the house, and she says, no, you're doing fine, that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
We need more on the land side.
All right, I have a motion up on the, written up there. Robin, do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will help out with this. Make a motion that council postpone the building maintenance portion of 10.1 Community Association Engagement Report and 10.5 Rec for Sponsorship Policy Review to the April 7th, 2026 meeting.
The reason why we're asking for this is we have a public hearing at 1 o'clock and we have another at 1:30 for our rebranding. So we're going to run out of time today, so we need to postpone this till next one. Any questions on it?
Other than just a comment, just comment that the report so far is going great, and looking forward to the rest of it. I think that the way that you've positioned it, and even the the negativity that's coming back, those are all things that we need to hear. And I know hearing others' comments over lunch as well, I think that we're ready to hear that and move forward in a positive way. So thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Vote. Okay, so the rest of 10.1 is now postponed and 10.5. So we'll move on with 10.2.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will present the Cypress Farm and Ranch Show Gold sponsorship proposal. Council has been asked for an in-kind donation equivalent to $5,000 to support the Farm and Ranch Show. They're asking for promotional support to distribute complimentary tickets to all Cypress County residents in conjunction with our current mailouts. There would be no direct cost to the county other than county staff time to coordinate and complete the mailing of the tickets. So in exchange for this sponsorship, the county will receive an indoor exhibit space at the show, a variety of advertising, 50 free tickets over and above the ticket for every ratepayer in the county, and 2 tickets to a VIP reception and entertainment. The proposal would support a regionally significant agricultural event, but it could be viewed as setting precedent for providing third-party organizations with access to county-led mailings to ratepayers for promotional purposes. Administration recommends that council decline to include the tickets in a county-led mailing and instead authorize administration to promote the show through existing county communication channels. Other options for council, that council approve the recommendation as presented, that council decline the proposal or requested additional information, or that council approve participation and direct administration to proceed on a one-time pilot basis with no commitment to future mailings or partnerships.
Okay, thank you. Anybody? No discussion? Somebody want? I think we should follow what staff has said. Go ahead with the...
Okay, well, since nobody else is doing it, I will move that administration, or that council decline to include the tickets in the county-led mailing and instead authorize administration to promote Cypress Farm and Ranch Show through existing communication channels. And I guess my question was, I guess it doesn't matter now that I made that motion. Never mind. It's good. I guess.
Okay, is there any questions or comments on it? Not seeing any? Oh.
So this is a request for in-kind? This isn't actually going to cost $5,000 then?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, it is an in-kind request. The $5,000 gives the county the ability to have a booth and advertising at the show. But the precedent that could be set by mailing out the tickets as promotional items to ratepayers, it could set a precedent for the future with other groups wanting to do the same.
Okay, any other comments? Vote. That motion was carried. 10.3.
Thank you, through the chair. The Dunmore Community Association Pump Track and Pickleball Project. A presentation on that was given to Council on February 3rd, outlining a change in scope to their previously proposed pump track project. The changes included the addition of 2 pickleball courts on the west end of the pump track, a professionally designed and constructed permanent asphalt track as opposed to a non-permanent dirt track. They added a shelter and bike fix station as well as irrigation and lighting. So the DCA asked Council for permission to proceed with this new site concept using the land adjacent to the ball diamond. They asked for a renewed letter of support, and they asked for staff assistance to estimate the cost and feasibility of bringing both electrical and irrigation to the site. The DCA has demonstrated their ability to raise funds independently of the county and see projects through from concept to completion. The shift in scope is an indicator that they have considered ongoing maintenance issues and have pivoted accordingly. The identified area is already zoned for public service district, which includes community use. So this recreational project constitutes permitted use, so a land use change would not be required. The existing irrigation system on the adjacent ball diamond can handle the expanded capacity as per the contractor who installed it. And the addition of pickleball courts to the project scope is forward-thinking in terms of reducing construction costs should the projects be completed at the same time, and it is consistent with current recreational trends. While the DCA is not requesting funds at this time, Council should be aware of their intention to do so in the future. The DCA wants the time to line up the sponsors and pursue private grants. They're even looking at selling the naming rights so that they can get a large-scale donor. So the more they do up front, the less they will need from the county. The estimated project cost is $400,000. The county contributed a quarter of the cost to the last project the DCA completed on this scale. So we don't know at this time how much they will ask for, but it is reasonable to expect that it will be significant. Administration makes a three-part or a recommendation for a three-part motion. One is that Council approve the new site concept in principle using the land adjacent to the ball diamond for the purpose of constructing a permanent pump track and pickleball court. Part 2 of the motion, that Council approve a letter of support embracing this new scope so the DCA can begin seeking funds and sponsors in earnest. And Part 3 of the motion, that Council directs staff to assist the DCA in determining the financial and operational implications of bringing both irrigation and electrical services to the site. Options are to move the recommended 3 actions, that Council declines to approve the new project scope, or that Council directs administration accordingly.
Councillor Cooper-White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm prepared to make the motion for that we move the recommended 3 actions, but I do want clarity on one thing. Recognizing that this is being, I guess, initiated and driven by the local association, the group, the Dunmore Community Association. The land that it's being built on is still county land, and I'm just wanted to get a little bit of clarity, I suppose, through the chair on what kind of authorization we're prepared to empower the community association with in like the neighborhood of naming rights as an example. When it's on our property, we should, I would think that we should be at the table in having those conversations. And, you know, is that in perpetuity? Is it for 5 years? Is it for 1 year? Like, I'm okay with, like, you know, raising funds and having a sign up, but if the Dunmore Community Association ends up going under at some point and we just take it over, what are we being tied to in the long run? So through you, Mr. Mayor, if administration could maybe comment on that.
Do you
Sorry, through the chair, I do, I can say. I think that their plan goes back to the fact that in their previous large project, they did coordinate with the county and got permission to sell the naming rights for the facility. That's a path they've taken before, and I would suspect that that path would follow the same trajectory if they tried to do that again, of course, with the county's blessing. So if there was an objection to that, it could be raised.
Ms. Collins?
Yeah, I believe from when the association built the indoor or the rec facility or whatever it's called there, the arena, that was part of it as well. That's where they got a lot of the funding from, and we brought that back to council, and part of the naming rights, there was a whole agreement with all the different rules and how long it was going to be, and that come through council for them to approve.
We approved, that was the EDA.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the details were on it, but we approved it back in the day. They brought it all forward.
Okay, so is that a part of a policy or a procedure that we have specifically? Or is that just kind of an understanding that we have? Is that anything that, I suppose from a counselor's position, I'm just kind of curious whether or not we have a process for that, or if this is just kind of unique in this situation. It'd be nice to have kind of a...
Thank you through the chair. There is a policy for the naming rights of sponsorship.
Mr. Taves, did you have something to add to that, or
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just there was a ADM for our naming rights for infrastructure policy, as Mrs. Collins has brought forward.
Okay. Mr. Hawk and then Mr. Ritz.
Yeah, through the chair. On number 3, we're directing staff to assist. As was brought up earlier today, if staff has requested to do a new scope, something has to be dropped. So by getting staff to assist with this, what will be, staff has to drop something because it's extra work. So I was just wanting clarification on that.
Okay, Mr. Ritz, you can ask your question while staff is coming up with an answer.
I'm just wondering, like when the Dunmore Association did the arena thing there, was there, because we hold title to the land, how's that, is there an agreement in place when they put money into a facility that's on county land, or how does that work, and how would that, going forward, like if they're going to put all this money into pickleball and that, but it's on county land, do we have some kind of agreement with them on using our land, and who's ultimately responsible if things go south? And just, I'd like some clarification on that if I could.
Mr. Taves, you want to take that?
Sure. As corporate service takes care of many of the leases and currently some of the operating agreements with the community associations. So as the owner holder of the land, if these things aren't mentioned, it would typically be an asset of the county because it sits on our land. And if it was sold, it would transfer without special mention on the land. However, when it comes to the operating agreement or otherwise mentioned, that it could be determined that that's someone's asset upon that land, and in that agreement and in that arrangement. For the most part, the Cypress County owns the land and buildings, and they can make changes to the building with permission from the county. So in this case, or in these cases of these new implementations, that's certainly something to address through either the land lease upgraded and or the operating agreement to outline who's who in the zoo.
Okay. Does that help you? Okay. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair, specifically to Councillor Hawk, thank you for the question. It's actually a really good question. We have no idea at this point exactly what they'll be asking in terms of staff time. So I think that would be kind of an on the fly kind of question is, do we have, is it to help with some photocopying, or is it actually go out and run a skid steer and build the track? I think those are, I would suggest though that to give some flexibility, or is administration the number 3 recommendation, that opposed to saying that council directs staff to assist, that council directs staff as able to assist. I think that would be a better way to suggest that, because I don't know what they're going to ask. I don't know what that ask is going to be. It could be, run a grader all day on the pump track, or it could be, again, help with some photocopying. Those would be two completely different things. So I would suggest an amendment, if council was interested, to say the council directs staff as able to assist the DCA.
As the mover, I will we'll make that as an amended motion.
We need three different ones, so.
Okay.
Move the first one?
Sure, yeah, I can.
Move all three of them, we just have to vote on them each separately. Well, number 3, council options, the council move to recommend actions, all 3.
That's not how that works. So right now, I'm looking for the first, number 1 to be moved.
Sure, I will move number 1 as it is.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on number 1? Vote. Robin? I did. No.
Register it.
There you go. Carried. Michelle's moving the second one.
Sure.
Any questions on the second one? Vote. That's carried. Who wants to move the third one as amended? It's as able.
As able instead of to assist.
Gary's moving that as amended to say as able. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. 10.4, highway signage.
Good morning or good afternoon through council. During the purchase of the Box Springs Fire Hall, council asked if we could put some signage up along the highway for Box Springs Fire Hall. So we reached out to AT standards, and they provided us signs for both Box Springs, Dunmore, and Seven Persons. And we got the approved signage at 75 by 75. Staff has been directed to come back with a proposal to upgrade the signs to a bigger visibility above the AT standards of 120 by 120, which are approved by AT. However, though, that responsibility is going to be the cost of Cypress County. We do have budget within our contract services budget to upgrade these signs. There is some justification about bigger signs could improve awareness of fire apparatus. However, though, our fire apparatus are all equipped with lights and sirens. We do have a procedure in place for approaching on highways that we know we technically come to a complete stop at all stop signs and red lights until it's safe to proceed through. So we do that. So our recommendation is that we do not proceed with upgrading the signs at a cost of $31.50 on Cypress County.
Okay, thank you. Any motions or questions or comments?
I'd like to make a comment. No, I was the one pushing for the bigger signs, because driving down Highway 1 and not like out Box Springs, you don't even recognize them 75 by 75. And I just think it's important to have the bigger signs up. I've seen them in other places. We've installed them in other places throughout the province. When I was doing road construction, bigger signs to let the motoring public know that there is a fire hall right there and the trucks could be coming out. With the busy highway, I would still like to see it, and that's my opinion. Not just.
Well, they'll make your own motion. You can. Motion by the purchase of bigger signs.
Through the chair, we did have a couple other recommended motions as well. So the other total motions that council approved, the recommended as presented, the council approve the recommendation with adjustments, and that council direct administration to explore alternative options.
Well, I would like to make the motion that we go ahead with the bigger signs.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Michelle and then Robin.
Thank you, through the chair. I just have a question. Is there a sign, like, say, on the Trans-Canada, that says trucks turning out or something, or is it just the sign of the, saying there's a fire hall there?
Through the chair, I can't remember. I believe it's a picture of a fire truck with a picture of a road, which are the AT standards. So we have to follow the AT standards. Now, inside municipalities, like within Medicine Hat, they're able to do their own that are not AT signed or approved because they're in their own municipality.
Thank you.
The sign has the truck has flashing lights on the sign.
In the city.
No, the one out on Highway 1, it has,
Does it have flashing lights on?
yeah, picture of flashing lights on it, you know, to show that it's just not a gravel truck entering, that it's a fire truck entering.
And through the chair, I do believe it does say on the bottom, fire truck entrance or fire department. I believe there's some kind of verbiage on that as well.
Mr. Kerpioi?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to understand something. So the administration's recommendation is that we do not proceed. But then the motion is that we do anyways. I'm just, like, I recognize that we have the authority at times to overrule, but I'm curious if administration is saying that this isn't necessary, why do we feel like it's still necessary even though they're saying that it's not?
In my opinion, it's up to the purview of the council to decide what's necessary for the residents' well-being and safety. So I would consider it a signage a safety issue because it identifies an entrance for emergency vehicles, and that's what we originally wanted, and that's why we had originally did it with AT. Now, Deputy Mayor Hawk is bringing up the fact that he does not think that the signage that Alberta Transportation has provided us with is adequate, so he's recommending that we, at our cost, provide bigger signage. And then it's up for council to decipher if they think that's appropriate.
Mr. Brost?
I just want clarification with the signs. So are these signs going to be illuminated, like with flashing lights on them when there's a fire, or is it just a sign?
Through the chair, it's going to be identical sign. So currently we have, they're 75 centimeters by 75. The new ones will be identically the same. There's going to be 120 by 120, no lights, reflective like with headlights and all that, but no actual powered signs to them.
So for you guys that don't know what metric is, because I'm thinking that's the problem, it's 2.5 feet compared to 4 feet. Because I also had to figure it out.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I do have one other question. I see that it would come from the fire services contract services budget. I guess where I do have a question is, does this put a strain on the budget for anything else that's going forward? Just a question.
Through the chair, we do have some contingency for contract services for, like things like large fires to support us. We try to use those, when we need to. Just because we have it, budget doesn't mean we always use it. Typically, we have never exceeded our contract services budget. However, though, we want to still be responsible and spend it the most efficient way as possible. But that's not going to put a strain on our budget.
Any other comments? Vote. That one's carried. $12.1. 12.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. Before you here is policy R24, hanging of county road ditches. The policy provides guidelines and procedures related to requests from ratepayers seeking permission to cut hay within county road ditches. A service level consideration is if council wants to continue with this program. Historically, there has been no cost to applicants associated with applying and receiving a permit. The county typically receives about 12 applications a year. Many are repeat applicants. The average time required by administration to manage this program is approximately 15 hours per year. The cost of administrating this service is offset by removing sections of the ditch mowing from our program. I have recommended amendment to this. It's just updating the reference to the Public Works Department to the new Operations Department reference. Cost on this program ranges from $2,000 to $3,000 per year, so very minor on our side of things. Referenced in Municipal Government Act, Section 18, control roads. The county has direct control of the road allowance within the boundaries. And alignment with the strategic plan that's in place, providing a service to ratepayers that allow for cost recovery balancing. So administration's recommendation is to approve our 24 policy, haying of county road ditches as presented. Alternate motions are if you would like to amend it in any way, and or as always, option number 3 is direct accordingly. Any questions?
Michelle?
Thank you, through the chair. I will move the recommended action, but I do have a question. Does this include, like it says it's for ditches, but I know that across the street from my house, it's all county-owned property where the railway track is, and that one, is that included in this, or is that a separate thing?
Through the chair, that would be separate. This will mainly be the road allowances and between the grid roads, the range roads and township roads in the rural setting.
Okay, but there is an actual, the same process, like they have to come in and get a permit to hay that? Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yes,
Thank you
thank you.
very much.
Can you move that then?
I did move it.
Robin, you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just looking at the only real amendment to the policy was just that one word, changing Public Works to operations. Everything else is as it has been in the past. I know that the program is good in the last couple of years when we've had some pretty dry years. That ditch hay is almost all that some of those guys have had access to. And I know that, you know, even the cost of us cutting it out is far in excess. You know, having them hay it is saving us money and also providing them with feed for their cattle too. So that's basically the only change, is just that little bit of language there?
Through the chair, yes, everything's been working rather well, and this is a program based on communication with ratepayers that are doing the work, and that it gets done. We always want to. We don't want to have to come back a second trip. So it's all about communication, and that's why it's been working well.
Michelle?
Because do I have to make the motion as amended because of that operations, or can it stay the way it is?
Through the chair, as presented.
Okay, then I will make it as presented.
Okay, any questions? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Okay, we're going to zip over to the public hearing, and I need a motion to go into the public hearing for 2026-05. Mr. Want is making that motion. Vote.
Well, he's awake.
Robin. Dustin. Okay, we are in the public hearing. My name is Mayor Hamilton. I will chair this hearing. All comments shall be directed through myself. Administration will make a presentation first, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. The applicant can then make a presentation if they choose to do so, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. Council will then hear of those affected persons in the audience, those in support of the proposed bylaw and those opposed to the proposed bylaw. All presenters must register with the Planning and Development Department if they have not done so already. If any presenter is referring to written documents, including map, photographs, or reports, a copy of those documents must be left with administration. Bylaw 2026-05, will administration please proceed with presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bylaw 2026-05 is submitted by Brent Grimm, who is here today to represent the application. This is a proposal to rezone a 1.25 acre parcel from Agricultural District 2 to Highway Commercial District. Should the land use amendment be approved, the applicant's intent is to apply to the subdivision authority for approval to subdivide the adjacent parcel, creating a property boundary adjustment. The land subject of the rezoning is contained within Southeast 35-12-5 west of 4th and is situated along established Provincial Highway 41A. The proposed land use amendment area gains direct and immediate access from this public road. And in addition, the area contains dry land pasture, as well as 2 accessory structures that belong to the adjacent yard site. The parcel immediate to the east, as shown on the adjacent land use district map, is zoned highway commercial, while the surrounding lands are primarily designated Agricultural District 2. It is noted that there are country residential parcels approximately 400 meters to the east and to the southwest of the subject property. In terms of legislation, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan encourages municipalities to identify their agricultural lands and limit premature fragmentation. Section 4.2.2, Major Employment Areas of the Municipal Development Plan, states that the county should encourage a range of commercial and industrial lot sizes and county-accepted servicing standards to be located within defined major employment areas. Section 4.2.6, Local Services of the Municipal Development Plan, states that the county will encourage light industrial, commercial, and institutional uses to locate in the county. And the application was circulated to Alberta Transportation due to its proximity to Highway 41A. They replied that the department anticipates minimal impact on the highway, and they grant approval for the subdivision authority to vary from the regulation. Following the public hearing, Mr. Chairman, Bylaw 2026-05, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, will be brought back to a regularly scheduled council meeting for second and third readings. That concludes the public hearing report, and I'm pleased to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Does any member of council have a question for clarification? I'm not seeing any. Does the applicant have a presentation? Just turn the mic on there. Oh, there you go. Just state your name for the record.
Brent Grimm.
Thank you.
Do I have to hold?
Nope, you're good. As long as that light's on, you're good to go.
Okay. The 2 existing buildings on the property are in very poor condition, almost becoming a liability with these high winds. And my purpose for is to clean up and gravel for parking on the west side and grass on the north side of the property.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add, or is that?
Nope, that's everything, sir.
Okay. Does any of the members of council have any question for clarification from the presenter? Mr. Ritz?
To the chair. So you say that 2 buildings that are on there are a liability?
Yes, the wind is destroying them, and we've had minimal damage to my existing buildings and a motor home with plywoods or wood and roofing coming off the buildings. And I do have approval from Ardith to start the cleanup prior to purchase, but I didn't want to proceed until we knew the MD was in favor of the purchase.
Oh, so you're purchasing this land?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your intent, once you purchase it, is to?
Just parking and yard, but I would like to leave the residential commercial zoning on the property for futures.
Ms. McKenzie?
I was just going to kind of go off of Keith's. I drive by there on a regular basis, and I'm surprised that building has not fallen down yet. I know the whole front of it is gone now that used to be there, and it's in pretty rough shape. Good wind come along, and that thing will fall over.
I'm more worried about it getting on the highway. We can clean the yard up, no problem. We've been able to manage with that and the shingles all over the yard. But like I say, it's right adjacent to the highway, and I'm concerned about it ending up on the highway.
Okay, is there any other questions for clarification?
I would move that we approve this application.
No. It's a public hearing, Gary. Does anybody have any questions for clarification? Not seeing any? I will now ask for any presentation from anyone in support of the bylaw. Does any member of, oh, no, nobody else is supporting. We don't need that. We'll go on to the next one. I'll now call for a second for any presentations from anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. I'll now call third and final time for any presentations from anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. Okay. Do you want to take a seat for a sec? I will now call for any presentations from anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I will call for the second time for any presentations from anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I will now call a third and final time for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for any final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in this public hearing. Do any persons who have made presentations feel they have not had a fair hearing? The public hearing for bylaw 2026-05 is concluded, and no further submissions will be accepted. I will call for a motion to close the public hearing for bylaw 2026-05 at this time. Mr. Want is making that motion. Vote. That is carried. Thank you. All right, I will go into 12.2. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. Before you now is a request for a decision, and it's related to the last meeting when we were asked to bring
back some information relating to the undeveloped road allowance maintenance application. It is a policy consideration variance. We were asked to provide council with additional information regarding a resident letter requesting the application for maintenance on an undeveloped road allowance be considered under the policy that was in effect at the time of the submission. In 2025, administration received an application requesting graveling on wagon ruts on an undeveloped road allowance located south of Thelma Road on Range Road 31. At the time of the application submission, the county's policy provided for 100% county funding for improvements under the undeveloped road maintenance program. Prior to administration preparing a cost estimate and presenting the application request to council for the gravel or for the program approval, council adopted a revised policy that changed the program from 100% funding to 50-50 cost share model with the applicant. Following the policy change, the applicants were notified of the updated policy requirements and asked whether they wish to proceed under the new cost-sharing structure. Administration notes that there are a total of 6 applications were received during the 2025 intake period. 5 of the applications were within policy and 1 was not. Council may wish to consider the principle of fairness and consistency as these applications were submitted in accordance with the policy and program rules that were in place at the time of the submission. And I've summarized, if you can just scroll down, Leslie Ann. And just a summary here of the undeveloped road allowances. I indicated applicant 1 and 2 as they both referred to the same letter that was submitted there last year. At a cost of $15,105. And I just noted that, yes, it's in policy. And application 3, 4, 5 are also noted as within policy and their estimated costs. And these improvements only included wagon rut filling and not major work, that filling in low spots and whatnot. That was significant cost to the program at the time. So these are all minor works. So I did note the applicant number 6. This wasn't in policy as the developed road touched the quarter, but I included it anyways in the list. As far as budget, there's no budget amendment required as it falls within the 2026 operation budget. In alignment with, again, the Municipal Government Act, Section 18, road control of roads within the county or the county's responsibility. And reference to strategic plan, access to markets. That's the main one there. So the recommendations here are, yes, it's at the time of this, the policy is the policy, but I did note 3 options for council to consider. A council direct administration to process the undeveloped road allowance maintenance applications 1 through 5 as presented for the request improvement under the previous policy provision, which provided for a 100% county funding. Option number 2, that council direct administration to process the undeveloped road allowance maintenance applications 1 and 2 only for improvements as presented under the previous policy provision providing 100% county funding. And option number 3 is maintaining course with the existing policy of 50-50 cost share. And open it up to any questions at the time.
Mr. Watt?
Yes, I would like to move for number 1. I believe to be extremely transparent, and I believe it's, when I talked to these 6 applicants, it was all the fact that the time that they truly believe they were still under the 25 policy. And I think the other ones will probably think the same way. Maybe they'll come forward, maybe they won't, but I really want to commend our staff for this report. I really believe it's honest and straightforward and very transparent.
Any other questions or comments on the motion?
I said I echo what Lloyd said.
Okay,
Me too.
not seeing any other questions. Vote. That's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. 13.1. Oh, sorry, Mr. Jacobs.
Good afternoon. Thank you through the chair. Today I am presenting to you bylaw 2026-04. It is to repeal bylaw 1985-03. We are seeking council's approval to repeal the 1985-03, the employee and insurance benefit bylaw. Believe it or not, that is the third bylaw that Cypress County did after they came out of being an MD. So it was just originally enacted to comply with Section 144 of the Municipal Government Act back in 1980. Following all the comprehensive revisions in the MGA in 2000, that section was repealed and replaced with new provisions eliminating the requirements for a standalone bylaw. This does, with us repealing this bylaw, it does not mean that there will no longer be employee insurance benefits for employees or council, only that it's not required by bylaw. All employee health and insurance benefits are addressed through the annual operating budget, as well as council. For council, it is governed through the remuneration policy. There's no financial implications, and administration is recommending passing all four, is a four-part bylaw, or four-part resolution to pass the bylaw. Man, that's a lot of words in one breath.
Okay, somebody want to move the first reading of the bylaw? Michelle? Oh,
No, I didn't have my hand up.
I thought you did. You're moving the first reading? Okay. Okay, vote. That's carried. Somebody want to move second?
Sure.
Shane, does anybody have any questions or comments on it? Vote. That's carried. Somebody want to have third unanimous? Michelle?
Okay.
Vote. Dustin? That's carried. And Robin's moving fourth, or third reading. The fourth one.
Something new, something old.
That's carried. Okay, we're on to 13.2.
Thank you through the chair. 13.2, we are looking to have another public member appointed to the SDAB. So we are wanting to appoint an additional public member just in the event quorum is not met. And we are requesting to appoint another trained SDAB member to be from a neighboring municipality for an upcoming SDAB hearing. So we currently have enough members to meet the minimum requirements as per our bylaw. However, if a member is unable to attend to the meeting, we do not have anyone else to fill that spot, resulting in only two people. We do have a scheduled SDAB hearing scheduled for April 14th. One of our members is unable to attend this meeting, so we have requested another trained member from the town of Redcliffe to come and assist us for that particular meeting. Council administration is recommending to appoint Chris Howells from the town of Redcliffe for just the April 14th SDAB hearing. And we are also wanting to appoint Richard Potter as Cypress County's public member. He originally submitted an application in October for that organizational meeting. However, we did not need him as we had enough trained members at that time.
He is scheduled for some, or he will be scheduled for some training, and he will be able to fulfill his duties as an SDAB member when the time comes for our next SDAB meeting. But that is what I have. I can answer any questions.
Pretty self-explanatory. Somebody want to make the recommended motion that's needed? Blaine? Any questions or comments on it? Everybody knows what the motion is? Vote. That's carried. 14.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. 14 is just some thank yous from the Community Foundation. The Schuler Grade 3 and 4, they did a tour through here. Councilor McKenzie came in for that. Mr. Taves assisted with the kids. And a thank you from one of the students who received a scholarship.
Thank you. Any questions on it?
Mr. Chairman, just a brief in connection with the correspondence. We held our tax recovery auction yesterday at 10 o'clock as directed by council. 8 properties were offered for sale. We had no one in attendance.
Were you the auctioneer?
This might explain something.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? None? Mayor and council reports. A little bit on the go. We were all at RMA. Well, a few of us were at RMA last week. It was a short one, but it was good. I did get to meet with Minister Lowen over the Cypress Hills out there. We were instructed on what to do for next steps for that. I do believe staff is already on that. Was a good RMA. Got to meet a lot of people again and rub elbows and make connections. And had Cypress View Foundation last week. Nothing really to report there yet. Just still looking at the possibilities of maybe expanding, getting some more bids, but that's a long process, so we're still looking at that. And that's about it for me. Oh, strategic planning, that was before. Was that last?
After our last council
Oh, it was,
meeting.
right. Yeah, everybody was there for that. That was a couple of days of strat plan, yeah, putting our minds together. It was that's it for me. I'll shoot over to Keith.
Okay, so for me, it was the strat planning. I didn't go to RMA. I did go to the PEP meeting, and some good news out of the PEP meeting was that after expenses, they did raise $70,000 for the bursary. So that was pretty exciting. Also, some exciting stuff was there were some people from other counties that attended that and were very impressed, and as a result, I think we're going to see an increased membership in PEP. So that was, to me, that was a real positive takeaway from that. And the chairman, Dirksen, did mention that the premier was so impressed with what she saw that night that she not only stayed for all the speeches, which was not what she was going to do, but she also scheduled a meeting with the CAO, Deb Kulik, to talk about further initiatives. So pretty happy about that.
Mr. Proctor.
There we go. Follow through on the PEP meeting. The other thing that did come up was they're looking for funds to do a study on affordable housing. So we'll see that coming down the road. I myself personally think that that's not our jurisdiction. That should be a provincial or federal jurisdiction, so I wouldn't support that. We did get one more member, County of Stettler joined. Yeah, I went to the RMA as well. Didn't find it as exciting as the fall one, but it was well done. I did note one, I had about a half-hour one-on-one meeting with Danny Williams. And one of the frustrations that he has with the counties is the constant barrage of gas tax, property tax that the gas companies didn't pay. He feels that we should be forgetting about that because you're not collecting them anyways and moving on and replacing those funds. That's his attitude. And if you were there listening to Danielle Smith's conversation in regards to collecting school taxes, she was quick to say, perhaps we should collect all of the taxes. So that's kind of where that whole conversation went. He's very, very to the point, but some of the stuff I agree with him on.
Not a whole bunch. We had council strat planning at the beginning of the month. Had several meetings with transportation over Highway 3 throughout the month, and along with a ratepayers group, and attended a public meeting of this ratepayers group and their concerns over the Highway 3 twinning. So I've been having to deal a lot with that, and it's interesting to say that we're not involved, but we are involved because they don't know who else to talk to, and I guess we're their speaking points, they think. So it's been a bit of a challenge, but Shane's been helping me a lot, and we've been working our way through it.
Mr. Hawk?
Attended strat planning, the RMA, which I found interesting, good again. Attended with Dustin that Highway 3 committee hearing or meeting, and just sat there and listened to it and just listened to their concerns, and that's pretty well all I did is just listen. And that, because I know a lot of people and they are ratepayers, so I felt obligated to go and just visit. Had a Highway 3 Twinning Association meeting. And then I attended a grand opening of another agricultural business in Cypress County of Red Rock Veterinarian Clinic out along Highway 3. And that was quite nice to see, another large animal vet, and also has another vet there that will look after smalls. So that was nice to see, and a nice clinic, nice new clinic. And just some ratepayers phoning on certain concerns. That's about it.
Ms. McKenzie?
I had a really busy month, actually. Started off with strat planning after the last council meeting. I had an FCSS board meeting, then RMA. Then after RMA was over, I had a Cypress View meeting in the morning, and then went to Hilda where they had the community building speaker. And he was a good speaker. I don't think he had a whole lot of solutions to the problems that he was saying, but he was good. It was very well attended, and I think the biggest thing I got out of that was how many people from different communities were there. Like it was in Hilda, but there were people from Schuler, from Suffield, from Medicine Hat, from 40 Mile. They were just there. It was nice to see that there were so many different communities going to that one. Then went to Suffield on Friday for a lunch that Corey made us, and it was really, really good. And then today, I guess, I could go into detail, but we would need to get this over with.
Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strat planning, the intermunicipal committee met up, had some good conversations there, made our points more and more You forgot about that one? Yeah, I got your back. And, definitely followed that up with a couple of other meetings with some of the City of Medicine Hat councillors and, making sure that they understand that we're definitely, not forgetting about that regional direction and push that we're having and kind of hopefully lots of exciting things yet to come as we kind of find our way with these two new councils. So in addition to that, RMA was good and then this meeting today. So.
Yeah, also attended the strat planning meetings beginning of the month. Had a health rack meeting on the 13th. Also want to let the council know that as my term expires on June 23rd, I will not be renewing to be on the board as my personal life has gotten quite hectic and busy. Would like to spend, devote more of my time to council's duties. Also, I'm not really sure if I have enough to offer to their council as it is, so I think somebody best suited to go on that board. And also attended the March 20th Suffield luncheon. Really appreciate the invite. They're quite happy with the acknowledgement of the county support that we give them. So it was a good event.
Mr. Watt?
Mine's been pretty dull. Besides school for 2 days and lunch and council here and just a couple of phone calls, minor stuff. It's been good for a change.
Okay, do we have any questions on the reports?
Did the wind blow the phone lines down out there?
Not seeing any. Okay, we need to move into close for a quick couple of minutes here. Keith's moving to go in close, vote. Robin. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.